time to start our navigation again to the second part of our event. So please be seated, and those who are following us online, we're going to start soon. As I said, now we continue navigating the challenges and perspectives that shape the future of our ocean. We now move to our next session, high-level panel on supporting the future of our Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. This session will be moderated by Leandro Peron, Director at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Brazilian government, with a background in pharmacy and law. He leads national R&D initiatives in ocean, Antarctic, health, and bioeconomic sciences. He is specialized in intellectual property and currently pursuing an MBA in ESG. He advances policies linking science, innovation, and international cooperation to socioeconomic impact. I'm also honored to welcome our panelists, Mr. Thorsten Kiefer, Executive Director of JPI Oceans, European Union. And Mr. Odur Mar Gunnarsson, CEO of Metis, Iceland. Leandro, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope that you all have a wonderful morning, a good lunch, and thank you for being here, listening to us in this beginning of the afternoon. Well, we were here with two specialists and to discuss supporting the future of AAORIA. So just to bring it back, I think that's, to bring the scenario, I think that's the AAORIA already have been consolidated as a forum based on science cooperation. Also, the governance of the AAORIA already have been very structured. And I think that's are in the moment of the maturity to think ahead, to think about the next steps and what could be the future of the AAORIA. And when I talk about the AAORIA, I think that's, well, I put that on the slide because I think that we are on a strategic turning point. So we already have a pathway, we already have good experience, already have a lot of engagement, but we need to think what will be about the future of this multilateral forum based on science. And from the main experience, I think that co-design and co-creation will be essential for us to have a shared ownership and mutual interest and engagement of all members and supporters, and the ones we already have and the others that for sure will come. And I think that I passed too fast. The slide is not cooperating with me, but that's no problem. The idea here was to bring a perspective from Brazilian side at the first moment when I talk about multilateral forums and the experience that Brazil had in shaping joint calls or shaping multilateral cooperations. And one example of that was that I tried to bring here was the experience with STI framework under the BRICS, that's the Science, Technology and Innovation Framework, that was established in 2015 and already have been ongoing since then. And one of the main experience for that we already have 7 joint calls together, and all of them in a architecture that unite all of the funding agents for at least 3 countries. So the idea, the real accomplishment was not only the joint call itself and the finance of some projects, but the architecture to have everyone working together in different levels of different governments and funded agents. That was by the end of the day, allowed us to have all of this experience together. So more than 1,000 projects, 300 at the same time happening, and it was a good experience. And also when I talk about the future, is not only about the architecture, the co-design and co-ownership. It also to think, well, we were all here at the morning listening, the importance to have different finance. So not only when we talk about to join efforts to have different formats of finance. And 2 recent experiences from Brazil was the launch of the TFFF, the Tropical Fund Forever Facility, Forest Forever Facility. That was a joint effort announced in the COP28, but also launched in the COP30. And in a few weeks, we had more than $5.5 billion in the fund. So one way to think difference. And also the Bioeconomy Challenge, also launched by Brazil, that with the idea to use the ecosystem of innovation regarding bioeconomy to sustain itself, to develop itself in a sustainable way. So we're just to experience. So going beyond that, I think that's a moment when we talk about the AAORIA to think about this, the next steps and the future itself. So I would like to first, let's see if the slides, yes, help us now. To Dr. Thorsten to bring your comments to us, because I think that regarding the JPI Oceans, we have a lot of really experience on joint calls and how the OKEANO project really made so much effort to the AAORIA, and how do you see the future of this cooperation? The floor is yours. I think we need to...
No? Okay, here we go. Yes, loud and clear. Yes, okay. Thank you, Leandro. And so you already advertised the concept of joint calls, and that's what I want to spend my time on. Now, in the discussion, we can think a bit more widely. But for now, so this is what I want to talk about with you. The idea of an all-Atlantic joint call, and share with you how far we are with exploring the feasibility, because that's what we're currently doing. Okay, so maybe let's go back to the basics of the All-Atlantic Research Innovation Alliance, the All-Atlantic Declaration, and this is obviously just an excerpt, but it does say things like that signatories intend to promote innovative and transformative outcome-oriented science, and then it goes on and to say that it wants to achieve that by co-creating and co-implementing fit-for-purpose ocean science activities, and then also by implementing innovative, transformative and outcome-oriented science, things like that. So it is written that AAORIA should or has the ambition to organize hands-on collaboration through science, research and innovation. And here's an opportunity through a first All-Atlantic joint call, if you want to do so. The opportunity comes through the OKEANO project, or at least the exploration of the opportunity comes through the OKEANO project, and my thanks to the European Commission, who actually through several generations now is funding coordination support actions to support the All-Atlantic effort. And as part of the most recent of these, the OKEANO, as you've already heard very often, projects, one of the tasks there is to explore the feasibility of an All-Atlantic joint coal for research and innovation. It's really just an exploration. It's not actually, we don't promise to actually do a joint coal, but we can ultimately. So for now, it's about the feasibility of a future joint coal, the potential added value to address AAORIA commitments and operation potential, and also sound out what could be potential topics of interest. Yeah, the AAORIA has a wide range of interests or topics on the table. A call should probably be more specific to be impactful. So that's a discussion to have. Okay, you see here in this task the collaborators, CNPq, RV, KDM, and the Marine Institute, and the lead is with JP Oceans. So why is the lead with JP Oceans? As Leandro has already said, we do have quite a bit of experience. It's kind of what we do, not the only thing we do, but it's kind of what we do for a living or as a service to our member countries. And so this is, we've done over the years more than 20 joint calls, or launched 20 joint calls. This is a bit of a selection, 6 of them, to explain a few things, how we do this. Maybe there you see there with the one on microplastics and the marine environment, you see with the little flags, if you can recognize them, that JP Oceans is European-based, but we do have the occasional collaborations beyond Europe, so that's not entirely new to us. Here and in this call, actually Brazil, who was a partner in that call. In blue carbon, you see that that's a very recent call. Canada is a funding partner in it, so the concept is not limited to Europe at all. Another thing you see here is that the mix of countries that participate it varies. So that's maybe one very pragmatic element, that the variable geometry. So not everyone must participate, and if countries don't want to participate, it doesn't stop the show. It's an a la carte offer, not an obligation. Another element that you cannot see from these pictures, how we do the calls, is that of a virtual common pot. It means that money of the participating countries is put on the table, but actually then moved back to fund the researchers or the experts from their own countries. So money doesn't cross borders unless the funders want that, but everyone funds their own. But the consortia are forced to being formed across countries, and are then encouraged to collaborate across countries. Also, a little element that you probably can't read here is that lately we've included, for one country that was not able to come in with cash, we included an in-kind participation in calls. It's a little tricky, like it's a little, but it's possible. We do it, so we have some experience with that. Okay, with that set of experience and approaches, so we think it would be an opportunity to scale up the idea to the all-Atlantic community and really have researchers from across the Atlantic collaborate. So we did have a first workshop, an online workshop in late January, where we talked about the feasibility and the ideas that people have about it. And these are some outcomes. So we had really good participation from 13 AAORIA countries and the European Commission as observer. So I think we have a confirmation of a strong interest, obviously with conditions, a strong interest, or at least big curiosity, which is also something. We talked about practical things, but also about topical priorities, and there was much more on the table than what I put here on the slide. But ocean observing is something that comes back again and again. It is it reflects the general feel that we have an opportunity here and can provide the substrate for really much better research and conservation and everything. So that can be a converging anchor theme. Biological themes fared really high, different aspects of it, biodiversity, eDNA, microbiome. The BBNJ that was actually mentioned in the keynote this morning by Professor Scherer as something new that addresses suddenly at the global scale, that addresses now the high seas that were before not covered. So this also came up as a potential overarching context that could be built in. And whatever we discuss, it should of course be anchored in or be aligned with future AAORIA work streams. So there's an opportunity to actually address priorities of AAORIA with research innovation projects. Okay, and there's another opportunity, and that was also discussed, that to build in structural elements that of AAORIA that can be reflected in a cool design. Now it's a little overlapping with the logos here, but things like inclusivity, global south, intergenerational approaches, local knowledge, inclusion, equitability, and in-kind elements. I mean, a call can be formulated in a way that it reflects the values and ambitions of AAORIA. Good, so that's the last slide. So next steps, basically. So we will follow up with consultations with national funding agencies, certainly bilaterally, and can do this in the corridors here, but then also online. We might have another workshop, I assume. But all that will lead to guidelines documents by January 2027. That is the deliverable of our project. So that's something we must do. And after that, everything else that follows is something we can do. And we, in this case, is really us, the AAORIA community. So we can then potentially turn this into reality if considered feasible and if it is desired. Good, and I think that was all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thorsten. I think that's amazing to see how the experience from OKEANO in all of these joint calls that could be used and how the work that already have been done to understand this future. Thank you so much. But also, Dr. Otur, you have a lot of experience in research projects as well, such as Horizon 2020, and also working in an environment that connects scientific priorities to industry and the ecosystem of innovation. So how do you see to take all of this experience, and how do you envisage the future of the AAORIA? The floor is yours.
That's a very simple question. But I think when we are dealing with networks or cooperation like AAORIA is, they are extremely important. But this is also extremely difficult to get research from this. And I'm happy to say the European have a good experience from the ARANETs and now the joint operatives like GB Ocean. And so there is a lot of experience, but still this is a challenge. And I think one of the main challenges is that we have very strong ocean sciences already. They are existing across the Atlantic, but they are at a very different level. There are gaps, there are holes in the knowledge, and they are in very different places. So, but what I think, when you are looking at a gigantic cooperation like the whole Atlantic, then you see that the gap lays in the translation of the results, how to incorporate what we are doing? How do we incorporate that into innovation, into resilience, into social values? And I think now I am the newcomer in AAORIA, so I will just look at this as like the emperor's new clothes. Some might be quite naive, but other things might be worth considering. But I think AAORIA should be a delivery-oriented forum, and where you would focus on outcomes. I say not activity. Of course, you have to have some activities in this, but really you need to look into where are we going with what we are doing, how can we create synergies, and what is there, how can we move the world to the next place. And I think also AAORIA should be a connector, some kind of a catalyst across regions, sections, sectors, and actors. And we should measure the success in the impact that we are doing on communities, industries, and sustainability. And I especially emphasize industry here because we have a very good, in Iceland, we have a very good cooperation with the fishing industry especially. We have very good access to all the data and things like that. So the industry is a multiplying force in the research. We have access to the journals, we can follow the quality of the fish, when was it caught, where was it caught, what is the status of parasites, and all those things. So if you have the industry with you, you will always gain. If you are fighting the industry is just like water. They get where they want to be and they just float around you. So that is a main thing you have to be. So AAORIA should be, the core principle should be a bridge builder. You are in the interface of this everything, and you should be connecting the communities and the science with the industry and the innovation, not to forget the education and the innovation. And I saw that Siggi is doing a great job there with the hackathons, and things are really going right well. And then it comes to the policy ambition and the real world implementation. And the substance in the network is that the governments in the different countries around are investing in this. But still, this is always a challenge, because I know when you are working in a ministry, one of the hardest things to get is to get money for travel. You have to apply for it, you have to really work for if there are travels, and spending small money, that is always a big problem. And I saw a huge difference in Europe when we started the Aeronets. Then we started to learn from each other. So I think we should use the opportunity that we have all the ministries in this, and they need a network like this is never going to run on an empty tank. You need to do something, either national project or joint calls like we were seeing just described. So you have to have activities working as a locomotive, pushing this, not pulling this on. This is not going to happen otherwise. I know I've been in this business since the last century, and I've noticed that one of the things that the governments are always trying to do, they really think that they can solve research and innovation with one-time investment. They try to build up something, give it a sum of money, and then it is supposed to be self-financing and running off. And yeah, I've been around since '87 in this, and I've never seen anything survive that. So, but together we can do it. AAORIA should also focus on the applied use of the resource, the cooperation. We will typically be looking into marine biology, blue bioeconomy, sustainable food system, climate resilience, circular use of marine resources, those things that we are all working heavily on. We are all investing in this, and we know if we don't look at those things, things will go very sour. And I think also we need to do that through some pilots or demonstrations. So we need to find the money to make those projects that are going to run and are going to drive this cooperation further. And the solutions should be scalable across the Atlantic region. So, how do we deliver impact? We need to have 5 enabling conditions. There has to be a pathway from the research to application. We have to think about all the way. When you are dealing with entrepreneurship, it's very common knowledge about this Death Valley, and that is really existing here also. We should also look into very early, how can we bring the industry in? Maybe we could bring the industry into those programs. We can make some joint initiatives. And I know my colleague here has a very good and standing experience on that. Then we should try to look at how can we support flexible innovation and proof of concepts, pilot projects. It would help if we could open up testing facilities with each other, demonstration environments, and all those things should aim at creating jobs, resilience, and sustainability. So, when I was thinking about this, what should I say here? I think there is one, if I would say one thing, I think we need to launch some flagship All Atlantic Ocean Innovation Sustainability Initiative, where we focus the priorities, where we share our infrastructure, we have clear outcome targets, and we can position AAORIA as a delivery-oriented network. So, as a closing message, bridge building. Bridge building should be the main role of the All Atlantic Resource Alliance. And I think I just finished by that.
Thank you, Dr. Odur. I think that was really amazing to see all the experience and the importance to have the industry together, all with the same objective and real-world impact and projects. So thank you. We start like 2 or 3 minutes late, so we'll have a little more 2 or 3 minutes to go. I would like to open the floor for any questions that you may have, 1 or 2. I don't see any. Oh, one over there.
Thank you. Odo, I would like to come back to what you said about the outcome versus activity. I'm a bit unsure whether I fully get what you were trying to say there. I mean, when we want outcomes, we need to support the activities that deliver the outcome. So were you saying that we, in the evaluation of the activities, we should look more into the outcomes than into the activity itself? Because I think this is what we are doing anyway, right? Thank you.
No, maybe I wasn't clear enough on that. We have already done a lot of activities that have created outcomes. And we should also focus on the things that we already have. We have a lot of knowledge that is laying, which is not being used. And part of this should be bringing that also to life and share that between the partners. So some places where you see, for example, all the fishing stocks are disappearing, then it is a bit late for a stock assessment. You need to go into other assessment, into other measures. So you have to look at the context of things and go into from there. What are we going to do here? What would be suited? Has somebody else been facing those problems? Can we do it again? Can we copy it or something?
If no other questions, one more. Steve, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Steve Thur from the United States. So, Utter, you threw out a challenge that we need to have a flagship initiative under AAORIA. And Torsten, you talked about joint calls, and you had a virtual workshop to explore that. They seemed, in my mind, to be very linked. Do you have a recommendation for what one or two potential flagship initiatives that may use a joint call could be? What are those topics?
Questions, and it's up to you.
Yeah, so a joint call absolutely is a good start, but it's then the activity maybe that needs to be done to achieve results. But nonetheless, so in terms of the overarching challenge of flagship, I find, if I've observed the landscape, I mentioned the BBNJ agreement. It has been the thing that has been coming up while we were all already busy with All Atlantic and so on. And suddenly we have here a policy vehicle that might be suitable to really unite us to make the Atlantic a poster child of adhering to the BBNJ agreement. So that would be my best common denominator across the Atlantic for developing a flagship. But that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think it would be unfair to ask us to come up with which exactly action we should take. But I do agree with Thorstein. A joint call would be a way to do this. And as I said, we have had a very good cooperation in Europe on joint calls, and I have seen how that has developed the research councils or the research funders, how they started to learn from each other, and these things moved really forward. And since we have in AAORIA, this is in a way a governmental network. There are ministries in this, so you have those parties who are financing the research in this, and while they are laying the strategy, this should be one of the parts. How can we support an all Atlantic flagship joint call, and how can we do that? And that is, we are not there yet, and I'm sure that this is going to be quite complicated, but I'm also very much sure about it. It is doable.
So thank you for the answer. I think that we have a lot of effort in common to do, but we have now discussed a lot of interest in common and a possible pathway that we can run and think about the future in the next step. So thank you, Dr. Thorsten. Thank you, Dr. Tur. And now I'll be back to Paulo. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for our panelists for their considerations. And now, bringing science, innovation, and the vast diversity of our ocean regions, we now move into a section that connects technology and discovery across latitudes. Blue Frontiers, Ocean Tech, Insights from the Tropics to the Antarctic, will be moderated by Professor Gielso Montinho Pimentel, who holds a PhD from the University of Edinburgh and the University Hertford, both in Edinburgh, Scotland, following international R&D experience in the UK and in Portugal. He specializes in autonomous robots, human-robot interaction, and neurorobotics. He currently serves as a lead robotics engineer at SENAI CIMATEC, where he directs advanced innovation and interdisciplinary teams. Please join me to welcome our moderator.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to our second panel this afternoon. This one is specifically entitled Blue Frontiers, Ocean Tech, Insights from the Tropics to the Atlantic. As we all know, the ocean is one of the most challenging environment for technology. And yet, it is also one of the most critical for our future. And with that in mind, we have invited a selected and fantastic group of expertise who brings complementary discussion perspectives across this specific domain. Our goal is to have an open, interactive discussion here today. Let me briefly introduce our panelists. From the National Institute for Ocean Research in Brazil, Professor Sidney Stephan, Director General of the National Institute for the Ocean Research, Professor Emeritus of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, member of the Brazilian Academy of Science, and member of the National Academy of Engineering. Thank you. From the Ocean Tracking Network in Canada, I would like to invite Iago Gradin, oceanographer with an advanced diploma in oceans technology. He acted as a senior field technician with the Ocean Tracking Network, an aquatic research, data management, and partnership platform headquartered at Dalhousie University in Canada. Iago participated in all aspects of OTN's field operation, from oceanographic mooring, deployment and maintenance to remotely and autonomous vehicle operations. Sorry, it's in the other side. From the Federal University of Bahia, here in Brazil, I would like to invite Professor Gisele Olímpio da Rocha, chemistry and with a PhD at atmospheric chemistry, with research experience in the UK and the US, full professor at the Institute of Chemistry at UFBA, experience in studies regarding atmospheric chemistry, microplastics, and organic pollution of marine regions. Currently studying the Todos os Santos Bay, Salvador, Brazil, Southern Ocean, and Antarctic Peninsula. As our last panelist, I would like to invite from the South Africa Environment Observation Network in South Africa, Juan Jakes Fogos. He is an instrument technician with a master's in terrestrial and marine biodiversity and conservation biology. Acts as an instrument tech with Shell Offshore Benfic Biodiversity Unit. Primary focus is on one of the camera systems and instrumentation being used to map South Africa's benthic environment and ecosystems with a special interest in low-cost tech and innovation. Thank you very much. I hope you all doing well, and I want to say thank you for joining this panel. And without further ado, I would like to go to our first, yes. Yeah, I should have presented this before. Yeah. So without further ado, I'm going to move to our first topic. This one I would like to ask to.
So, from a South African benthic biodiversity perspective, our current monitoring is heavily skewed towards just the continental shelf, with these massive blind spots on our continental slopes, around our seamounts, and on our abyssal plains. So it creates these big gaps within and outside of our natural waters, with no real consistent benthic monitoring program set up to keep tabs on what's happening in the benthic environment in the South Atlantic. As a result, there's this lack of knowledge about what the functioning of ecosystems, what type of ecosystems are out there. So there are these gaps in knowledge regarding what type of ecosystems are essentially out there. So that's the way the gaps are, but it's not the only issue that we face, because additionally there's still the issue of how to sample and how to monitor these gaps. There are tons of the issue of how it regards limitations in availability of tech capable of consistently monitoring those deep benthic habitats, as well as adequate ships capable of deploying said equipment and getting to those zones and things like that. So from an SA perspective, most of our visual camera systems, for example, are barely capable of getting to 1,000 meters. And those that are, they are super recent additions to our infrastructure. So yeah, it's very much a where and how. And then finally, for those areas that have been mapped, those difficult, those challenging areas that have been mapped, that data in all likelihood resides with the oil and gas industry, and there isn't any real incentive for them to share.
I see.
So yeah, those are the main gaps that I think we have.
Yeah, I can see there's some challenge there,
Yeah.
like some questions like.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things where it just means that there's tons of gaps, tons of exciting discoveries out there, tons of opportunities to collaborate. So yeah,
I see.
lots of work to be done.
Yeah, that's good. Iago and Gisele, if you feel free to complement if you want.
Yeah, I think that just to complement what Jean has been talking, I believe that one of the main gaps that we have is that a lot of the data collection that we have nowadays is still very opportunistic. Researchers usually join vessels in an opportunistic way to do data collection, so we don't really have a way where the data is collected uninterruptedly through the year. I think it's a gap that can be bridged if we were able to cooperate more with fishing industry. Like if you're looking at a map where there's active ships in the ocean, you see there are ships everywhere. And imagine if we could find a way where we could cooperate and those ships were able to also collect some sort of oceanographic data that can be added into our models nowadays. I believe that that's a very powerful way where we could be bridging the gap of data collection that John touched on. And I believe that a lot of the issues that we have too is just with interconnectivity between how we've been collecting the data, like Jean said. People are collecting data with different instruments, with different resolutions and different goals. So I think that if there was a way, that's why I think that AAORIA is so important, is there's a way that we can define some baseline parameters that is important to everyone, and those parameters can be collected to help everybody. I think that's a good way that we can bridge those gaps that we're currently facing.
That's perfect. Gisele. So yeah, you were talking about data, and so that's another point. And I would like to ask Steven, how can we improve interoperability across scientific, governmental, and industrial stakeholders?
Yes, thank you. Data, it's a big challenge, I would say. And we now in NIPO, we are trying to organize the national data in an infrastructure that could be interoperable and also could exchange data between and among the different data banks. I think this is quite important in order to have all this data from observation in a proper way that we could use, especially for simulation data in the models, and to have some predictions based on that. In terms of ocean observation systems, Brazil has two very interesting programs. One has to do with the coastal area, that is Sincosta. It's a project, a very huge project along the coast of Brazil. The other one that is very interesting, it's include US and France, US, France, and Brazil, is Pirata. It's more equatorial region. We understand that we should expand this observation system using the offshore islands, Brazilian offshore islands. It's a proposal from our Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, and INPO is supporting these actions, and we hope very soon we'll have the pilot project in Fernando de Noronha, for instance. That is one of our important islands offshore.
Yes, prefer to mention a few projects, quite interesting projects. And thinking about collaboration, I would like to ask each of you, how can Brazilian, Canadian, South African observation networks be integrated to advance research in the Atlantic? If you want to start.
I can complement. I think, first of all, each national should try to organize itself. I think we are trying to do the homework at the moment, trying to put these programs together. We have a network, the name is Renomo. It's a kind of umbrella that put together different observation programs. And once you have this in place, I think we'll be prepared for this more intense cooperation and interaction with other countries. I think this will be our next step.
That's a good, really good opinion. Anyone want to compliment? No? Okay, so we can move to our next topic, which is technologies for extreme environments. So for this one, I would like to ask Iago, what recent innovations in underwater instruments, drones, gliders, and smart buoys are transforming research in these regions?
Yeah, it's a very challenging question. I know that for a fact to work in those environments, the most challenging thing is just to get to it. It's very expensive to get there by ship or by plane. I'm speaking mostly on my experience that we worked together with some researchers in the Arctic, and it's a very complicated environment to work with. We can get a ship there once a year, and the ship stays there for a few months. But more recently, we'll be starting to use more autonomous vehicles to do data operations in those areas. We used to do CTD casts and deployments during those 2 months periods that we were in the area to collect data, but now we were able to, with the advance of technology, to use gliders to collect data. And some of those gliders that we do have can operate in those areas for about 5 to 6 months sometimes. There's a technology change on their batteries that allow them to work in those environments. It's so cold that the battery usually drains quicker, but there is a technology advancement on batteries that allows the battery to self-heat itself for a period of time to allow it to operate longer. So we've been testing with having long-term glider deployments in those regions, and that seems to be working really well. Another way that we've been implementing this kind of technology in extreme environments is to make the best use of the time while we are there. And we've been implementing technologies such as eDNA for biodiversity assessment, rather than trying to do trawling or any other mechanisms of data collection that are a bit more harmful for the environment. Up in Canada, that's how we've been trying to drive our data collection, just try to make the best use that we can, and changing technology, sometimes changing materials, which some of those gliders are made of a specific material, but to be able to be used in those conditions, we slightly change some of the materials to be able to sustain the conditions. But it is just an insight that it is possible, and there are people already working to get it done. And I just hope that we can just keep continuing to progress and implement those technologies down here on the Arctic as well.
Yeah, regarding those technology and materials, as you mentioned, they need to operate across temperatures from like 30 degrees Celsius to even in minus 20 degrees Celsius. And based on that, I would like to ask to Joe, how should they be redesigned and what needs to be done to make them fit for those conditions?
So I think essentially a lot of R&D gets put into those like things like batteries and materials, like Iago said, for ensuring that this instrumentation is able to operate in various types of environments. But obviously, once you start getting into the much lower temperatures, much greater depths, you have to deal with more pressure, you have to deal with more communication issues, you have to deal with like batteries that need improved tech. So I think it's just a matter of staying on top of the latest developments in the industry and trying to ensure that our instrumentation that we deploy isn't essentially being left behind. Since, like Iago said, it's so difficult to get to these environments, it's so expensive to get out there, and you really want to maximize on the data that gets collected. So just trying to ensure that, within reason, obviously, we are using the latest tech that we can. And just to add on to what Iago said about the latest developments in tech and autonomous gliders and things like that are collecting data for us, my particular interest in the innovation side of things that's happening is, as an instrument tech, naturally you're interested in the latest and greatest tech that's being developed that you can use to collect data in the marine environment. But a particular interest of mine that I'm also quite passionate about is, especially in an alliance like AAORIA, it's not always just about the latest and greatest, it's also about making sure that none of our allies that don't have access to that sort of engineering and that tech don't get left behind, essentially. So a passion of mine is the innovation happening in the low-cost tech space. And from a benthic biodiversity perspective, systems like the Azure Drift camera with mini CTDs that you can attach to collect environmental parameters that can be deployed down to like 1,000 meters. I'm quite passionate about those sorts of projects, and there's many more out there because those advances may enable local institutions and research teams in nations that don't necessarily have access to like engineering expertise like South Africa and what you guys are capable of here at SENAI CIMATEC, where you can manufacture your own components and things like that. These low-cost, off-the-shelf, essentially, systems may enable them to collect benthic biodiversity data and ocean data in areas where, along the coast of the Atlantic, where that data is essentially non-existent, sort of thing, because those programs are only starting to fire up now. So in terms of finding cheaper but reliable ways of innovating that low-cost tech, that's also something it's quite cool. And this might be a bit idealistic, but as someone that grew up in like an artisan's workshop, like my dad's workshop, I love the idea of local businesses being integrated into the marine science being done in those countries. So the idea of these low-cost systems potentially like stimulating infrastructure development, because once countries try to replicate these low-cost systems in their own country without having to rely on like often costly international suppliers that everyone seems to run to, there's a good opportunity there for like the local engineering market and the local artisans to also get involved and be part of the country's marine science development, rather than it being this fringe thing that they don't often get to interact with. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Introducing the community into those projects, it's a really good thing. And because of the advance of technology, like the low-cost sensors and technologies can be used, and that's really good. Moving to the next topic, chemistry and the ocean pollutions and impacts in the Antarctic. I would like to ask Giselle, Professor Giselle, how can ocean technologies such as sensing, monitoring, and data platforms be adapted to track pollutants like mercury and microplastics across vastly different environments, from tropical waters to Antarctic conditions?
Yeah, there are some contaminants or pollutants that are a global, are of global concern, like you said, microplastics, for instance, among others. Let's say microplastic in surface waters. In Antarctica, that's far from here, it's a remote site. We are not able right now, let's say, to collect samples of microplastic in Antarctica in Southern Ocean all year round. But our country has an Antarctic program, and every year it's sent two research vessels to Antarctica. And during this time, we can collect some samples. But microplastic is ubiquitous. We can find microplastic everywhere. We don't know the dynamic of the microplastic in surface waters, how the dynamics in the process involved as biota by eating it. And we don't know on the Antarctic continent how much atmospheric microplastic is going to go on top of the Antarctic snow, and we don't know the dynamic of from winter to summer. So these are important questions. For instance, right now there are no standardized methods to collect it, to study, and there is a program from International Atomic Energy Agency that is trying to, it's called NUTEC plastic. It's nuclear technology for microplastics. And there are already 99 countries. Brazil is one of them. And we are trying to systematize, to make big data, to record everything, collect samples of everything in the same way to be directly compared. So this is one example that is very important. It takes time, of course, and we need very reliable and high resolution, high precision equipment to do that. In the same way, we can think in a similar path for, let's say, mercury. That is it's also a global contaminant, and organics. And even though in Antarctica, we are far away from the sources, it's going to widespread for the whole globe. So these are, to name a few examples in this area. And it's not these impacts and bottlenecks. It's not only for Brazil. It's only for everyone. It's for everyone who works in remote places. And I don't know if I have talked too much.
No, you're right. Like, and it's quite interesting that you mentioned that most of the planet now it's covered with the microplastic. Even in the Antarctica, it's no, like there is like it's no come from the atmosphere. So this is really important information to share. Thank you. I complemented this question. What technological gaps still limit our ability to monitor pollutant transport and bioaccumulation, and how can innovation help close these gaps?
I think we need international cooperation, because when we say Antarctica goes to every ocean, Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian. Yeah, I think cooperations like all Atlantic possibilities is one way. It's a very good way to do so. And maybe contact, I don't know how we can do that, but we need to do it sometime, build bridges between academia, industry, sector, and governments. So I think
Collaboration is the key.
yeah.
Thank you. Moving to the next topic, the ocean as an infrastructure for the future. I would like to get the opinion from each of you. How can Atlantic lead in marine renewable energy? Iago?
Can talk a little bit. I think the ocean energy, and when I talk about ocean energy, I include offshore wind, not only the sources from the salt water, but also the sources that use the ocean, that floating solar nowadays, offshore wind, waves, tidals, OTEC, and temperature gradient, and things like that. I think all these sources, they have an important role in the energy transition for the world as a whole. And they have very specific applications. If you go far from the cost of energy will be very high. Mm-hmm. And if we try to compare nowadays the cost of energy from these sources with the conventional ones on the continent, all of them are more expensive, of course. But if you start thinking about blue economy, using the ocean in a sustainable way to generate jobs, to generate business, to generate progress, of course, we will need this kind of energy. In our institute now, we are establishing, together with a series of universities, what we call Blue Energy Center. We are trying to study more deeply about production of hydrogen from offshore wind, desalinated water from wave energy, and generated electricity in the coast of Amazon by tidal turbines. In addition, we are also studying the OTEC systems. Brazil has a very interesting thermal gradient, especially in the northeast and north of the country. And we can use this gradient of that is beyond 20 degrees Celsius to generate electricity in a sustainable way. I think this ocean energy is the future, and we can work quickly to try to put them in a commercial stage. I think we can work together in Atlantic for this end.
Yeah, that's true. Anyone want to complement that?
Yeah, I would just add to what Sergio was talking about. I believe that some countries in Europe have been developing these technologies for a long time now, and you can definitely learn a lot from them and don't start from scratch. Like I don't believe they don't need to reinvent the wheel in some of those aspects. I know that Europe is pretty strong offshore wind farms and tidal energy, and I see a huge potential here in the Atlantic for all the communities in the Atlantic, all the countries, to find ways to start exploiting in a sustainable way the power that our ocean can generate. I just believe that if we are cooperating in a way that we can gain that knowledge and gain leverage on it, as while we are also being mindful of the potential impacts that we can cause to the environment, I think that they will have a very good capability to generate a lot of energy coming from our ocean, given, like I was talking to this morning, we have a huge coastline here in South America. Africa has a huge coastline. I think that we are lacking resources and time but I believe that the potential is there. We just need to find the right collaborations to be able to exploit that.
That's perfect. Thank you. Before moving to our final question, I would like to ask the audience if anyone has questions to the panelists. It can be from any topic.
Carson Straub from Canada. So Iago mentioned that improvements to our existing observation systems involve leveraging ships of opportunity, including specifically commercial fishing vessels. So my question is, how do we incentivize participation of these fishing vessels and really coastal communities in general in supplying these observations?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good way to put. I believe that in Canada in general, we are a lot of what DFO mandates from those fishing vessels. It demands a little bit of engagement. Like you need to be able to tell them why is it important to collect that information. If that incentive has to be financial to some extent, could be a way to do it. But I believe that it's just trying to hammer down that knowledge that at the end of the day, whatever you're doing in the ocean, you collect that information, is going to help us further understand how things in the ocean work, and then we can better serve the community in that way. We do a lot of work in community engagement with First Nations, and at first when we start talking to them, there's a little bit of resistance because it's Western knowledge over traditional knowledge, and we start working. I think today, this morning, the folk from DFO was talking about two-eye seeing. So in a way, I think that if we can explain to those communities that being able to participate in something that is bigger, that is helping promote their own knowledge, is a way that we can approach doing this kind of activities. I know it's not easy, and I know it's a lot of hardship in a way, but I believe, and then there's projects that have proven that those ships are out there, those ships are constantly working in the ocean, and if we can leverage that to add any sort of data collection to it, it's going to help everybody down the line. So it's just try to open up people's minds to the collectiveness.
Perfect. I believe I saw someone else raising your hand.
Thank you very much for your contributions. I wrote my question down to make sure I get it right. I do work in the Caribbean region, and many of my local collaborators are bringing this forward, so I'm very happy I'm having the occasion of, forwarding this now to you. So I would like to ask, what are your perspectives on making ocean technology and research more accessible and beneficial to stakeholders with limited financial resources? You have been touching on low-cost sensors, but certain operations and measurements require large oceanographic missions, and you've also been touching on the costliness of these kind of operations. But very often these are conducted by the larger fish within marine sciences, and in many cases external groups with the greater capacities operate in regions where local stakeholders have fewer means, yet resulting data and expertise don't always seem to be fully shared with the local stakeholders. So how can we improve collaboration and capacity building and equitable access in these contexts? And I understand that this is touching on many more subjects than only ocean tech, but I would be happy to hear your opinions on that. Thank you.
It's just a comment. It's not a complete answer to your question, but I think an important comment. I think, like Brazil, we depend a lot on foreign technology for instrumentation and sensors. This is a kind of capability that we should try to develop in each of a country that has to do with our Atlantic. Especially when we think about the future of the technology, for me, IUVs will be very, very important in the future. Underwater, autonomous underwater vehicles, for instance. And this kind of technology, especially now with BB&J agreement, it's a big challenge. How we are going to monitoring all these oceans to take decisions, and even the coastal regions, how they will be affected by climate change. I think the capability to be developed by countries, especially the national capability, is quite important. And this should be incentivized by in case of Brazil, we depend a lot on the government. And I think the government is aware that technology, we must develop technology in order to be less dependent of this kind of technology, and how to manage the data is quite important. It's directly related to this. Just a comment that I think it's quite important and strategic for some of our countries.
Just to add to Sijan, I think as the technology gets cheaper, accessibility automatically increases, and as more data is collected by these nations that previously haven't had the capability to collect data in their waters and understand patterns happening in their oceans and in their benthic environments and in their fish communities and things like that, I think the more data they gain and the more understanding of their own ecosystems and environment they are able to uncover, naturally, I think it gives them a better leg to stand on when it comes to showing these bigger fish their needs versus trying to convince these larger fish in the pond to care about you when you don't have any sort of data to show for it, essentially. So it's like once you develop that local capability to understand your oceans and the marine environments and things like that, it puts you in a better position to advocate for your needs. And I think one of the ways we can do that, as previously mentioned, is just the technology just needs to get cheaper and more accessible as time goes on, so that you don't necessarily need like engineering expertise and highly specialized equipment and vessels in order to monitor your environment.
And I think just to finish it off, I would just speak from experience for working for the Ocean Tracking Network. We have what's called a loaner program. We have equipment that we loan to researchers for free. And then I will speak more about that tomorrow on a presentation that I have about OKEANO. But one of the things that we're looking at when we get a project approved and send equipment to researchers, to local researchers, is how their project is engaged with the local communities and how they plan to have their scientific questions answered, but also spread within the community. We often look into ways that they are incorporating local communities into their project. Like, are they helping? As the community evolves to be tagging the animals, is the community involved to maintain the equipment? Is what is going to be done once you get your results? Because a lot of the projects that we get with like high-level science, the scientists publish their papers, but we want to see this information be spread to the general public in a way that makes sense to everybody. Just don't want the data to be locked in a nice white paper. We want to see the data be shared. So whenever we receive a project, we look actively for projects that are involving the community in many ways, because we want to be able to, with our equipment, be able to build capacity and train people locally. And that is fully relied on the researchers in the area to be able to engage with those communities. So that's a way that we look into spreading the knowledge that we have with the local communities, if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. We are reaching the end of the session, so let's go for our final question. For this one, what joint projects could emerge from this panel? So I would like to ask you that for each of you, please.
Okay. I will mention one of the projects we are planning at the moment and, in our institute. It's the digital twin of the South Atlantic. I think this should be international effort, and we see in Europe they are very advanced in these projects of digital twin. And I think in South Atlantic, together with other countries, we should engage in this kind of project. Then my choice is for a digital twin of all Atlantic, at least.
That's a great idea.
I believe that even in this panel here, we are very broad in terms of what we are experts on. And I do believe that there is ways that we can overlap. And I'm talking to Jacques here. They work with underwater cameras. I know several different organizations that work with underwater cameras. I think there's just being able to openly communicate and to find ways where we can build projects together is the best way that we can move forward on this. So there's not a specific project that comes to my mind that we could be working on, but I see everyone here working really hard in their own area, and I think that there's ways that we can all collaborate, and I hope that we can find a way to do that.
Perfect. Giselle?
I don't know how much bureaucratic it's gonna be, what I'm gonna to put in action, but we should all Atlantic countries should find a way to make joint calls for research.
Mm-hmm.
We have here Canada, Brazil, and South Africa, but we have much more other countries,
Mm-hmm.
and we should identify one funding institution that we can talk in open large calls.
Yes.
That's why I'm telling that I don't know how much bureaucratic it's to put in practice.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow we need to start doing this in a near future.
Yes, I hope we have more joint calls. Jeff?
Yeah, just to mirror what the rest of my panelists have said, and also to keep it quite basic, I just think that greater collaboration is needed. Like what Iago mentioned, like the general way that things tend to happen is like everyone is working hard within their own disciplines, but I think we need greater collaboration, not just within disciplines, but across them as well. Not necessarily just collaborations within biodiversity researchers or institutions or oceanography or modeling, but proper multidisciplinary sort of approaches to creating projects and planning expeditions and coming up with products and outcomes, because like there are so many overlaps between the resources needed to conduct marine research. And these resources tend to be prohibitively expensive or difficult to come by. So these common limitations would suggest that a greater emphasis on collaboration needs to happen, like across disciplines, so that when these cruises go out, it's not a biodiversity cruise or a oceanography cruise, or that cruise is just going out to go and collect data for modeling. It needs to be this collaborative effort so that you can really maximize on the data collected when you go out into the ocean and into these harsh environments that we don't often get a chance to. Because I mean, the resources overlap, and the abiotic and biotic like components of the ocean environment they're so deeply interconnected. The science that we use to go and collect them should also be. Mm-hmm. That's like the bodies of water don't necessarily draw boundaries, so neither should the science.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. We need like to share more data and more expertise among different disciplines. I believe like we are about to reach the end of the session, so I would like to thank you all the panelists like for their valuable insights, and thank you all for the audience like to support the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our panelists for such thoughtful insights. And as we look to the future of our ocean, innovations becomes not only a tool, but a bridge between knowledge and action. We now turn to a project that brings this vision to life from the very institution that so kindly hosts us here. So I invite you all to the project highlight, Robots to Project Coastal Ecosystem and Explore the Oceans, a project led by SENAI CIMATEC. And to present this project, it's my pleasure to welcome our presenter, Professor Lucas Cruz da Silva, who received his bachelor, his master, and his doctorate degrees in electrical engineering from the Federal University of Bahia. He works at SENAI CIMATEC since 2013, currently at Robotics Department as technical leader of soft robotics projects for industrial clients. He is also a lecturer in the undergraduate and graduate courses in the area of robotics and digital signal processing. Professor Lucas has over than 15 years of experience in R&D projects, and his main research and development topics including underwater robotics, soft robotics, embedded system, machine learning, and digital sign process. Please join me in welcoming him.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We are going to talk briefly about robotics and how we can use them in exploring and research in our oceans. First of all, sorry for the typo in the title. We are going to have examples of robotics technology by means of projects being developed here at SENAI CIMATEC. But first, just a quick look at underwater robots. Our goal is to have more and more diverse solutions to perform surveillance and all kinds of research in the underwater environment. But as we are more and more seeing robots in underwater mission, we very much pursue the reduction of support vessels in these tasks because, well, they are expensive. For each day, one employee's support vessel on its activities, we have remotely operated vehicles being deployed in tasks and also people on board for which each day, each use, it's more expensive and costly. We also pretty much want to remove humans from dangerous tasks and activities in research and also maintenance. We now count on multi-sensing technology. We can perform bathymetry and mapping, high-definition imaging, 3D reconstruction, and digital models, everything provided by robots working underwater. But as much as we have now robots working in our houses, performing cleaning and all kinds of activities, going underwater, it's a different level of hardships that robots will face. So first of all, we are GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems, denied. There's no GPS underwater. So if a robot goes underwater to perform some tests, how do we know where we are in the world? We take GPS for granted, but underwater it's another story. Communication is also limited, very, very limited. We are now used to have information traveling in video and media so instantly, but underwater we don't have Wi-Fi. So we have also communication, limitation in communication if we're going to perform in a wireless manner. We also have strong environment influence, such as sea current, lack of features. We are now talking about self-driving cars, but when we have an environment with such many features to be captured, then it's a somewhat easier task than going underwater featureless. And we need advanced control techniques to perform movement and sensing underwater. So I would say that the mission of an underwater robot would be can be divided in these 3 steps. First of all, we need to move, and by moving I mean robots that can dive or crawl over vessel hull or seabed or underwater equipment. So many types of movements are required by many different missions. And we need to, as I said before, localize ourselves. Where are we in the world? Where are we in this bay? Or am I close or further from a coastline, for instance? Depth is also something that matters in the robot construction. So would it operate on the splash zone 50 meters deep, or will it go up to oil and gas infrastructure thousands deep, 1,000 meters deep underwater? So our robot has to move. Then it should sense something, because why would we send a robot underwater if not to bring information to us? Usually when we talk about sensing, we talk about imaging, 3D reconstruction, information that otherwise humans will have difficulties in obtaining with divers and ROVs, remotely operated vehicles. We also are interested in feature recognition, what lies in the ocean that is of our interest. And some of these robots are also required to act, to perform maintenance, to perform some tasks, to perform research that requires it touching something or inspecting something. And these tasks often require cleaning and tool handling. So I'm going to present some examples of projects that we have developed here at CIMATEC in these 3 fields to show what kind of, what type of technology can we use to perform from research on the ocean up to maintenance in production fields. The first example that we have is flatfish. We mentioned previously in the previous panel, we mentioned AUVs, autonomous underwater vehicles. This is one vehicle that we have produced. Flatfish is intended for inspection for oil and gas assets. And the point is, we have an autonomous vehicle that performs missions underwater without cables, without pilots, so no one needs controlling the flatfish, and it is resident, so it can stay underwater for longer periods, harvesting data and bring it to something like a garage in this video. And here we have an example of a 3D reconstruction of an underwater equipment. We also did tests with flatfish on a shipwreck here near the Salvador coastline. This is Jequitaya shipwreck. And this is an example of what an autonomous vehicle, what kind of inspection and recognition mission an autonomous vehicle can perform in an environment such as this. So here we have the results of the data collected by these robots. So we can use technologies such as these to study environments, study history, such as this shipwreck. This is from the 19th century. And we also can inspect production fields. So this is a case for movement underwater. An AUV can perform free movements, which some degrees of freedom. But when we think of an autonomous underwater vehicle, we think of capability of diving and wandering around a certain area of interest. And going on with sensing subject, this is one of the projects that we have developed for an equipment that is embedded into an underwater vehicle. It could be flatfish, it could be an ROV, it could be any vehicle to explore the ocean. This is a 3D scanner, a high-resolution 3D scanner to inspect underwater equipment. There are many cases where the facility, an underwater facility has been installed, but the as-built is not properly known. So in this case, we want a proper 3D reconstruction just to know what is installed in this environment. So this is one project that we have developed, and here we can see the results of a high definition scan. Next one is an ongoing project where we are testing an equipment to detect leakage. This is still ongoing. I cannot disclose the details for this project yet, but this was tested on a controlled environment for water-based fluid. And our goal is to detect leakage in its early stages so that we can provide quick answer to leakage once it happens, and this can be installed on a regular equipment of any inspection vehicle on an underwater mission. So our goal is to detect leakage from distance and at the beginning. And moving to the ACT section, this is one example of what we can do now underwater using rigid manipulators, such as the one we can see on assembly lines. In this case, we are dealing with equipment on a maintenance mission to remove divers from this operation or to provide automation for this task. So here you can see a pair of manipulators performing action of repairing cover for underwater equipment. This is to provide, this is to have a precise operation and to have less time on the underwater environment. So we improve efficiency when we use robotics for this task. And as for my final example, since we are dwelling in ocean environments, why not mimic its denizens? So this is a soft manipulator we have been developing here at CIMATEC. And the goal here is to have, imagine the AUV that I showed earlier with a tentacle attached to it, so that it can perform movements with this tentacle to access hard-to-reach areas. And moreover, these tentacle-like structures are able to interact in a compliant manner, which means it can touch and handle things on a softer way than a rigid manipulator such as the previous one can interact. So we can deal with fragile structures in the underwater environment. This is currently on 1.7 meter long length, and we aim for meters long length 2 to 3 meters long manipulator. This is also an ongoing project. Here you can see this manipulator installed on an ROV here in our labs. So this was just a sample of examples of technologies that we can use in robotic technology to help us in tasks in underwater environments, be it research, maintenance, or to increase efficiency in production fields. This ends my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and robotics is fun.
Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to hear all those innovative projects in the heart of Brazil, Salvador, Bahia. And now we will take a break. We see each other back in this auditorium at 4:15. This is a great moment to continue our conversations, exchange ideas, and reflect on the themes that we have explored together. See you soon. Dear all, good afternoon. I kindly invite you all to take your seats so we can proceed with our next panel. And building on the rich discussions and insights we have shared through the day, we now turn our attention to shaping what comes next. Our Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance in Action, new proposed activity areas. This session will be moderated by Roberto de Pinho. He is a senior science and technology analyst at the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. He holds a PhD in computer science from the University of São Paulo, and he has shaped global policy through collaborations with OECD, UNESCO, and the UN, and formerly served as a Deputy Secretary of STI for Bahia. He specializes in STI indicators, bibliometrics, and science and technology foresight. Please, a good round of applause to Roberto Pinho.
Hello, good afternoon. Start with something that I learned from Ronaldo. I will speak a few words in different languages, and he taught me that I should warn you that I would do that, so that you get ready for it. Si for de paz, pode entrar. Si vienes en paz, bienvenido seas. Si tu vienes en pé, sois le bienvenu. If you come in peace, you're welcome. Izajayin bisalan ahla wa sahla fikon. Welcome to Bahia, a place that we are very welcoming, but a place that this if over there is also very important. You have to come in peace, you have to come to the desire of collaborate, and that's what I understand we are here for. We are the very welcoming people, but we're also the place, we are around 15, 20 kilometers from the place of the final military battles for independence of Brazil were fought, to the tune that we commemorate 2 days of national independence in this state. But in the spirit of peace and collaboration, I would like to recognize the preparatory work of the steering committee of the Alliance in preparing for this session. There are a number of people that could not be here today, that work very hard together with the ones that are here today to prepare for the sessions, and those are Christoph Pampuli from Iceland, Gustavo Ferreira from Argentina, Tomás Marina from Argentina, and also Emmanuel Ashempong from Ghana. We have a Slido open for Q&A sessions. Since we do not have the whole team today, I cannot promise you that we can address the questions that you pose, but I can promise you that your questions will be forwarded to the steering committee of the Alliance and will help shape the new activities of this Alliance. I would like now to invite our panelists to get here on the floor as we prepare for the first presentation. Please come up. We have a guiding question. This guiding question is not intended to be directly addressed by the presentations, nor necessarily by you, but for us to think, which is, how do you link the proposals that are presented here with the discussion held in the session on supporting the future of AAORIA? As you heard here from the first presentation, it is the work of joining together, merging together, and looking into synergies of different proposals. And the first presentation will be biodiversity conservation from science to implementation of marine spatial planning. And for that presentation, we have two presenters. The first presenter is Anna Kristin Daniels-Doctor. She completed a PhD in population genetics, University College Dublin, Ireland. Now, she's Deputy CEO and Director of Research and Innovation at Matis Limited. Before, she was Head of Department at Marine Research Institute, Iceland, and Senior Advisor at Icelandic Center for Research, HANIS. She has experience in coordinating national, Nordic, and European RTD collaborative projects on population genetics, stock structures, and ecosystem-based fisheries management. She was national delegate to program committees of the European Commission since 2006, and before an Icelandic delegate in Scientific and Fisheries Commission. She's a member of advisory boards, including Icelandic Technology Transfer Office, supervisor and evaluator of master and PhD theses, and she received the Young Scientist Award by the board of the RANIS in the year 2000, and a member of the AAORIA Steering Committee. She's joined by Iveta Aizbaldi. She's a policy officer at the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation, working on issues related to oceans, seas, and waters. You may start your presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm here presenting work of many, and I'll try my best to carry on the message. So we have merged three proposed action areas. One from Iceland on biodiversity conservation, one from Argentina, integration of marine spatial planning into management, and one from the EC on marine protected areas. So, we divide the work into 3 steps, and it's the use of innovative technologies to enhance biodiversity characterization. Then number 2, implementation of analytical tools for a better definition of areas for conservation, for example, marine spatial planner. And then number 3, the understanding and enhancing of the efficiency of marine protected areas. So the use of innovative technology to enhance biodiversity characterization is very timely. We need to protect, monitor, and restore biodiversity and ecosystem, and that's actually one of the core priorities of AAORIA. We have only done part of the definition of species in the ocean, and 91% of the species in the marine environment, they remain unidentified. So we have suggested a new, or well, relatively new transformative approach, which is the environmental DNA, and to use that to characterize biodiversity in the ocean. And it's very important, of course, to have the baseline before you start to protect something or monitor. You have to know what you are actually protecting. In many cases, or given the large amount of unknown species in the ocean, then we have a lot of work to do, and we can also use robotics to sample and study and help us to restore the biodiversity, and then of course the ecosystem variability for the ecosystem-based management, including food web modeling, such. So then we will do implementation of analytical tools for a better definition of areas of conservation. What we have been talking about here before, marine spatial planners. And those will assist managers and practitioners in mapping marine areas and the biodiversity to assess ecosystem services, manage spatial conflict, and support stakeholder engagement. Yes, so in order to do that, we need to implement data from innovative technologies to the marine spatial planet. And the data can be eDNA data, like a lot, satellite data, any data. And so then we need to test the spatial existing marine spatial planning tools. And we need to transfer the relevant tools across the Atlantic Ocean. And we can use AAORIA to do that, to spread the knowledge and the use of marine spatial planning tools. And then we need to compare the different marine spatial planning tools and their conservation measures, considering the socio-economic scenarios. So outside here we have a computer and installed with the BioProtect Marine Spatial Planning. And BioProtect is a Horizon Ocean Mission project, and it's only like a prototype, and you're welcome to try and see for your own eyes how it works. So our theme 3 will be introduced by Yvette, and she is from the DG Research and Innovation.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. And Christina already introduced the first two themes of this merged work stream, and now in a kind of a true spirit of AAORIA collaboration, I will continue with the third theme on marine protected areas. And I will also very briefly tell you about some ongoing projects and initiatives under Horizon Europe that could contribute to this work stream. After all the inspiring talks that we had in the earlier sessions, I think that there is no need for me to persuade you that how important the marine protected areas are. Nevertheless, I think it's worth repeating that MPAs, or marine protected areas, are essential instruments for conserving biodiversity and for regulating human use and anthropogenic pressures. MPAs are also central to the global 30 by 30 target under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Also, it was mentioned already earlier this morning about UN agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, which has now entered into force. And it is an important legal framework for biodiversity conservation on high seas, creating further opportunities with regard to MPAs. So we believe that addressing MPAs in AAORIA context is really quite timely now. However, simply designating MPAs is not enough. Unfortunately, many existing MPAs, they still don't deliver expected conservation outcomes. And I attended a workshop of the European Blue Parks community recently in Brussels, and I will speak a bit more in detail about that community in a minute. But what really struck me was that many speakers kept talking and quite frankly, underperforming MPAs. So much so that the moderator actually started counting how many times the paper parks were mentioned. So clearly, I think that there is a need for stronger science that could ensure that MPAs deliver real conservation outcomes. So let me now briefly outline a few potential activities for this work stream with regard to marine protected areas. Although first I probably should have give a disclaimer. This is really still a work in progress. So we are co-creating as we speak this work stream. So the first group of activities that we are thinking of focuses on monitoring, evaluation, and data sharing. Of course, effective monitoring is essential. If we are to understand the real impacts of MPAs, and this strand could look at how we can better harmonize monitoring approaches, indicators, and data sharing practices to support long-term assessment and adaptive management. It could also explore innovative technologies such as autonomous sensors, remote sensing, and genetic tools, as well as interoperable data systems, with the aim of improving the quality and accessibility of scientific evidence across AAORIA partner countries. The second group of activities could center around collaborative research, potentially also capacity building and stakeholder engagement, focusing on key knowledge gaps related to issues such as MPA effectiveness, enforcement, also conflict management, governance, and wider socio-ecological outcomes. And we also think that all these activities should build, where possible, on existing good practice. And speaking of existing good practice and existing knowledge, we do not need to start from zero. I already mentioned the Blue Parks community. This community was established under the EU Mission Ocean about 4 years ago, and it is a platform that brings together a wide range of stakeholders, such as researchers, local authorities, MPA managers, NGOs, businesses, and so on, to collaborate on marine protection and restoration. This community covers all major European sea basins, including the Atlantic. And the Blue Parks community is now quite well developed and certainly has much to contribute. For Atlantic researchers, this community offers access to tested approaches and knowledge from diverse regions that can be adapted to Atlantic conditions. And we believe that the new AAORIA work stream could build on this existing experience. In case you are interested, I've included a QR code which will lead to their webpage, where you can also find the Mission Ocean Solutions Library, which includes solutions relevant also for MPAs. And in addition to the Blue Parks community, a number of Blue Parks calls have been launched under the Horizon Europe Mission Ocean. And I'd like to briefly highlight 6 ongoing projects that have resulted from these calls. First, the project entitled The Ocean Citizen. You can see it on the upper left corner, I think. Yes, so Ocean Citizen focuses on regeneration of marine forests. And what is particularly valuable here is the integration of scientific research and citizen engagement, helping to bridge the gap between society and ocean management. Next, Blue for All, which is developing science-based tools to support the design and implementation of marine protected areas. aiming to ensure that conservation and restoration objectives are not only ambitious, but are also achievable. The Blue for All project is currently developing a solutions hub where they will collect MPA relevant tools that are being developed by our project and will ensure that these tools are available after the project's end, because sometimes that's a problem, but when project ends and the tools also disappear. And then we have Blue Connect, which is working on a structured science-based approach to marine conservation with an emphasis on strict protection, restoration, and connectivity between protected areas. And another project, Symphony, addresses the challenges of understanding biodiversity in hard-to-reach offshore areas. It combines environmental DNA, acoustic monitoring, and high-resolution imaging to enable continuous cost-effective observation. But in addition to these technological solutions, the project also uses art to reconnect people with the ocean and to inspire greater awareness and stewardship. Finally, two projects on the side there, Protect Baltic, and quite a, maybe I would say, ambitiously named project Effective, focus on more sort of sea basin specific activities. So Protect Baltic, obviously on the Baltic Sea, and Effective project focuses on Mediterranean MPAs. That said, many of the insights from both of these projects are likely to be relevant beyond their respective regions, including also for the Atlantic. So these 6 projects are just an example of a wider body of work that is currently funded by Horizon Europe in the area of marine biodiversity. There is really a wealth of knowledge being generated, and the challenge now is how we could build on this existing knowledge and ongoing research to improve biodiversity conservation outcomes in the Atlantic. And I think I have been talking long enough, so I will end here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna-Kristin. Thank you very much, Iveta. Now I would like to invite for the presentation on network food web modeling, Eleonora Veron. She's a researcher at CONICET at the National University of Mar del Plata, Argentina, working on coastal management and marine spatial planning through co-design approaches. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm no. Okay. No. Is the other one? No, it's the other one. While I present, I'm Eleonora Veron. I'm not Tomás Marina, but I present in behalf of him. Tomás is from Cadín, CONICET in Argentina, and who could not be here today. The words of Tomás is called The Power of Network Food Web Modeling, and it shows how this tool can help us for key areas of marine management. I think you will find very detailed connects with what you have already heard today all day. No? No? Okay. Dancing? Dancing? Así? Presentation. I can speak about this, but it's more simple. Yes. Yes, right now. So, to understand what we are talking about, traditionally we study ecosystem by grouping species into broad categories, like carnivores, herbivores. This approach goes more it, uses spatial level data to build high-resolution webs. Network food, that is network food web modeling. The contrast between the two diagrams you see here says alt, from group to species to level of detail changes completely, and that detail matters. So, yes. How does this help with the triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution? What this diagram shows is something very important. Conservation goals are not independent. Preventing extinctions, maintaining ecosystem functions, and foresting resilience are all connected. What we will do one affects other effects. That is the synergy shows here. And that is exactly why we need tools that see in the whole system. Let's move to a concrete application, fisheries management. The team compared two systems in southern Argentina, the Beagle Channel and Potter Cove in Antarctica. In each network, they identified the keystone species, the key species that connect and hold the whole network together. If those species disappear, the system collapses. Not only this allows setting catch limits that protect the whole system, not just one species. It's a change of scale in how we think about management. And if we keep going, here we see the Namuncurá Budbuk Marine Protected Area in the Argentine South Atlantic. The team integrates ecosystem service directly into the food web, fisheries, carbon sequestration, education, among others. Each node in the network has a role, and the model allows us to see exactly which species provide those services and which ones support them. The numbers are very clear. Of 379 species, 20% provide service directly, but another 160 species that support those provides. Without them, the service don't exist. In total, 64% of the network is involved. The message is simple and powerful. To protect a fishery, you also need to protect what the fish eats. And here is the most important finding, the robustness, the structural strengths of the food web and that of the ecosystem service are strongly connected. If the network is diverse, as well connected, the services are much harder to lose. If they lose the most connected species, everything collapses much further. In short, protected connectivity means protected service, and this takes us directly to the next point. This brings us, here, to marine spatial planning. The model allows combine the food web with spatial distribution maps. The result is what they call integrative conservation units. Units that integrate predators, prey, keystone species, and trophic groups into a single spatial analysis. Now, from my perspective, it is connect directly with Anna Iveta mentioned preceptors, the need to move from science to MSP implementation. Having a solid ecological knowledge based like this, it's what allows us to make better management decisions, whether for defining protected areas or for regulate uses and activities. When we integrate data analysis when the uses, sectors, and interests at play, which is exactly what MSP is about, we get much more robust and legitimate outcomes. Our shared challenge, I think, is precisely that, building knowledge bases that actually resent enrich decision maker. The move from knowledge to management. To close, the connect is that the ocean has no borders. Species migrate from the Antarctic to Arctic, and with climate change, those ranges are shifting. That is why the team proposed to pole initiative, building a single database of trophic interaction and species traits across the entire Atlantic. The final goal is to create decision supporting tools so that governments and organizations can explore the impact to climate change and biodiversity, long before they happen, for real sustainable development in areas under intense human pressure. For more information, Thomas contacts details and on the slide. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. And now for the presentation on large-scale experimental research, I invite Dr. Germán García. He's a researcher at the National University of Mar del Plata and the Institute of Marine and Coastal Research, Argentina. He specializes in coastal socio-ecological systems and the management of marine and coastal protected areas. Remember to use the Slido, don't be shy. Send us the questions. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Germán. I will present the proposal of Gustavo Ferreira, who will not be here today. His proposal is called large-scale experimental research. It focuses on building one international network of mesocosmos. The focus is on the lower level of the marine food webs. This is very important to understand how the ocean ecosystem works. The goal is to create a coordinated network to collect real data on marine processes and improve climate models. This responds to one important need to better data, as highlighted by AAORIA expert group. Overall, this proposal helps us understand how the ocean responds to climate change. The ocean helps store carbon and supports global food webs, but this is now at risk because of rising ocean temperatures. A main problem is the lack of good data. Current models do not have enough information on how marine communities respond to warming. This is especially important at the lower level of the food webs. These levels control ecosystem structure, climate, oxygen, and carbon cycle. As temperature increases, we see change in metabolism, size, and interaction between species. This change could turn the ocean from a carbon sink into a carbon source. So we need better and more precise data. Using the metabolic theory of ecology, we can understand ecosystem responses. This theory is useful, but it still needs to be tested with real communities. Metabolism depends on temperature and body size. A key point is thermal asymmetry. Heterotrophs respond more strongly to warming than autotrophs. This can change growth and species interaction. Warming also changes nutrient availability and plankton communities. The goal of this proposal is to understand how temperature and nutrients affect these processes. The idea is to build a collaborative network using large experiment systems. These systems simulate real ocean conditions. All sites will use the same method and collect similar data. A key strength is the wide geographic range. Through AAORIA, this network work as a natural laboratory from pole to pole. The data will improve predictions and support better management of fisheries and biodiversity. Standard method also allow us to repeat experimental and compare results. This proposal supports AAORIA's goals and helps provide missing data on marine processes. It also responds to recommendations from experts in ocean observation and modeling. The results can help inform climate policies, and in the short term, we need to work together to robust the proposal. We plan to organize a workshop. This will help define method, coordinate work, and prepare a funding proposal. This is a good opportunity to move forward. So here in the slide, you can see some examples of mesocosm and possible study sites. These sites cover different regions and conditions. This helps us study variability across the Atlantic Ocean. Most examples are coastal, but mesocosm can also be used on research vessels. This allows work in open ocean areas. This network connects existing facilities into one strong system. To conclude, this is not only a scientific framework, but also a way to improve ocean management. By combining theory, experiments, and one international network, we can better understand how ecosystems respond to climate change. Without good data, we cannot predict or manage the ocean well. This proposal will help improve decisions. It will support fisheries, protected areas, and biodiversity conservation. This is about better management of the ocean in the changing climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I received a few questions. There was one that really puzzled me. I would not put it to the panel because I think it will puzzle them too. The question is, what is the missing puzzle piece in the Atlantic? I saw that we had a missing link reference. Perhaps that's the puzzle piece or missing link that's there. But I will pose one question which I have time, and then, as I said, we will take this questions to the AAORIA Steering Committee. And the question is, how can we work in genuine cooperation to advance and be an example regarding A, B, and G in definition of important and complementary MPAs? I can repeat that if you want. Anybody would like to take this one? Eleonora? No?
So I think at the panel, we have different topic, but the same messenger and its relationship with the question. We need to know the ocean better. We need data, we need research, but especially we need networks, people networks, scientific networks, knowledge networks, and community networks. And I think AAORIA is a great possibility to work together in this network and think the Atlantic from pole to pole, especially in the marine spatial process, its relationship with the MSP areas and them. Many countries along the Atlantic has MSP process in different steps. Brazil, for example, now has the interesting and wonderful process of marine spatial planning. We need work together, we need shared experience, not only the better experience, the not better experience, share tools, share what works, what doesn't work, learn from other for other. And I think that MSP can be an umbrella from different topics, and AAORIA, this is exactly the AAORIA spirit, work cooperation across the Atlantic, for different areas, different terms, but especially in the knowledge of community knowledge and the transdisciplinary approach.
Muchas gracias. Iveta, Ana Christine, do you like to?
Well, I don't really have an exact answer to this, but I would say AAORIA has quite significant convening power, which should somehow be used for this kind of activities. That's something that now we are just pretty much at the start of the process on designing these new activities. And so we have to consider how we can, in fact, implement this. And speaking of implementation, I think the other question you posed was, you had at least given to us previously, was this link to the
previous panel. Yes.
Yes, and I think there is a very good link actually, because if we think about the implementation of these activities that we heard here today, there's a quite obvious way to go forward would be with a joint call, particularly because many of these very good ideas actually are essentially research ideas. And unfortunately, we don't have a pot of money to finance research at the moment, but we certainly could think of a joint call to implement them in the future.
Thank you very much. And you actually answered one of the other questions that I had on the list here that was posted, which was, how would you propose to take these ideas forward? Anyone else in this question? So I have a couple questions here, but we are past in the end of the time. So I will thank you very much for the panelists. Again, I will thank you very much the work of all of those involved in this work. We will be taking your questions to our group and enjoy the conference and the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all the panelists. And as we continue navigating together science, innovation, and impact, we now turn to a team that connects ocean health with human well-being and livelihoods. Our Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance in action, sustainable blue economy and food from the ocean, joint session with the UN Global Action Network on aquatic foods for food security and nutrition. This section will be moderated by Karin Bosakspen from the Institute of Marine Research in Norway. Karin is a research director at the Institute of Marine Research for R&D project portfolio. She coordinates the divisory process, XL-ICES, advising Norwegian government and underlining departments on harvestable marine living resources, sustainable aquaculture, safe and healthy seafood and ecosystems. She is an international expert in salmon lice, specializing in biology, treatments, and critical hydrodynamic biological couple dispersal models. Please, Karin, join us to welcome our participants.
Thank you, everyone. I'm so pleased to see so many of you here on the last session of the day. I was kind of worried that most of you would have disappeared, so this is going to be great. As you can see, we have a panel here today. We have decided to make it a little bit short and sweet, so I'll do a short introduction. I would like to extend also sort of a hello to the streaming audience, because I know that a lot of the people from the UN Global Action Network will be following us, and some of them from Europe, where it's 10 o'clock in the evening. So it's very nice to have you here. Then I'll ask the panelists to come on stage. We have Dr. Juliana Antunes Galvão from the University of Sao Paulo. Please join us. Professor Will McClintock, he has been on stage already. I haven't had the possibility to talk to him yet, but I thought he's still here. We also have Professors Louis-Henrique Porsche from the FERG and also the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, please. And Ana Carolina Sala Sousa Santos from the Ministerio de Pesca e Agricultura. I see that we seem to be a panelist short. Okay, we'll deal with that as we go along. There's another slide in my slide. What I was going to say, just show to you, is what our panelists will be giving a very short introductory speaks on. And when we see the slide, you will be able to see that we are covering both blue economy, aquaculture, ecosystem, and fisheries. And they will all give a short presentation of their topics. There you can see, we are going to start with Juliana Antunes Galvão, who is going to talk about consumption patterns, sustainability, and market perspectives.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank you for this invitation to talk about a little bit the things that we are developing, University of São Paulo. And today I intend to talk about the consumption, the food from the ocean, and also to talk about the sustainability and the market perspectives and the trends, you know, about the aquatic food consumption. And for this, it's necessary to highlight some information in this area. The aquatic animal production is a very important animal protein for the food. 164.6 million tons are produced annually and used to human consumption. With an average global, according to FAO, that 20.7 per capita per year. Of course, that is a variety because it depends on the country and the place. You have a different consumption. But in Brazil, we have many problems because you have a very low consumption from aquatic food. Here we have another kind of animal protein, and sometimes the Brazilians prefer another kind of protein than aquatic food. But there is a very interesting data that the fish are present in around 55% of households. But we have around less than 10 kilos per capita per year. Assessing aquatic food in Brazil, it's a challenge because we have a small-scale market records. We have a very huge regional variability. Our territory is vast, and we have a diverse food culture. I always say that we have 5 countries inside and 1 country in Brazil. But in the last data, it's possible to see that are growing the consumers' preference about food aquatic because about the economy, the health, the sustainability, and also the lifestyle. Nowadays, the consumers from Brazil know that the fish is very healthy. We have a lot of health benefits, reduce cardiovascular risk, anti-inflammatory effect, it's cognitive health, maintenance. And now the consumers have this knowledge about the aquatic food. And we did a job article that we tried to study the segmentation of Brazilian aquatic food, and we analyze the consumption about the trends and also the behavior. And it was very interesting because it was possible to see that the lifestyle factors impact so much the consumption patterns. And in this study, we identified 3 different groups in the Brazilian consumption. The first one we call food hedonist. And in this group, the most important things about the consumption is about convenience, flavor, the time to prepare, the costs. The other one we call the carefree pragmatist. And this group of people focus in another things. They are very focused in culture, in traditional,
In the third one, we call about conscious idealists, and these people are more worried about the ethics question, the sustainability, you know, the organic food, the transparency, and why is important this kind of study? Because it's possible to drive, you know, the marketing, the organization about the public politics, because the future of the fish sector, you know, is in the consumptions, in the last part of the fish sector. And to finalize my presentation, I would like to present some very interesting action that we are doing here in Brazil, focusing increase the fish consumption. The first one, it's a national campaign that we call Semana do Pescado in Portuguese, in English is Fish Week. And through this campaign, all the sector work together, you know, with a goal to encourage people to eat more fish. And this campaign happened during the last 22 years. It's a very nice action because it's possible to see all the sector, the Brazilian fish sector working together. And we have no funding to do this. People work, you know, because we have the same objective. The second point that I would like to highlight, it's about the research. We have a project funding by FAPESP called Pescado para a Saúde, is fish to health. In this project, we are trying to improve the nutritional quality from many species of fish from aquaculture, and also to work with data about the consumption and developing new products that improve the nutrition quality and also the consumption. And the third point that I would like to highlight, it's about educational material that we developed, focus in children's, and focus also in the parents. Because in Brazil we have a lot of doubts about the quality of fish, if it's possible to give it to the children eat fish or not, about the age also. Then we decided to develop an educational material, you know, based, of course, in scientific data, to give the knowledge to the parents and try to improve, you know, the children's that like eat fish. And to finalize, I would like to highlight this mention that the combination of research projects, communication, health, positioning, and education is essential to sustainability increase fish consumption in Brazil. That this is our goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juliana. I'm sure that the Global Action Network will also love this talk. And you've also placed very well into, I've given myself a place as well in the panel, and I'm going to talk to you about the societal acceptance of aquaculture. And this time around, we're actually in my backyard and within my own field of expertise. So I thought Juliana played very well into my talk here, because you don't say the top, but it says, why food from the ocean? And this is just what you talked about as well, and what's been very important for a lot of us, that food from the ocean is very healthy for you. When the Institute of Marine Research merged with what we call NIFAS, that did all the the assessment of the both the nutritional value of fish or seafood and the other sides of it, I just eaten more and more and more seafood. I think it's very healthy for me. So both for healthy and enough food, I have over the years had a number of only 2% of the protein that we eat comes from the ocean. I also found numbers in online that sort of brings it up to the 13, 17 mark, but it's probably a little bit how you count. We know today that the fisheries, the sustainable fisheries are fully exploited. Obviously, some of them also overexploited. The climate change and the oceans are in challenge. So aquaculture is going to be important for us globally. And according to the FAO, the aquaculture has been the fastest growing food production sector for the past 3 decades. And also in Norway, we have a huge increase in aquaculture. But then we come to the but. If you're going to produce food, you're always going to have an impact. And people are very concerned about this, and rightly so. You need to do this sustainable. We have been working for very many years trying to assess the environmental impacts of aquaculture. You need to know what you're doing. To make it sustainable, you have to have at least a reversible effect and not an irreversible effect. I try to say to people that if you take a forest and make a wheat field, you can't expect to get blueberries, but you must at least expect that you can produce food and wheat for the foreseeable future on the same area. But this is this challenge, and as you can see, there's a lot of different problems. These problems that I've listed here is that to a Norwegian standard with an open cage aquaculture. And my area of expertise has been up in the disease area. Is one of the largest problems we have in Norway for sustainability, with the dispersal of the parasitic sea lice that also affects the wild salmon. So in this area, we have issues in my country. There are other issues, obviously, in other countries as well. What we find very important is to have a good science that concerns or look into these areas, to know what is happening and how to work with it. I won't go through all of these. I'm sure you are fairly familiar with a lot of them, but I think it's also important to go to the societal acceptance. Then what we find in Norway is that it all hinges on having an inclusive and transparent, science-based and logically grounded approaches. When I say this, we also see that some of the science that we do are questioned, and then it's very important to assess those community concerns. A lot of people will approach it like, not in my backyard, I don't want to see it, but it's still there, and the public perception is very important to address when you work with aquaculture as well. I think that it will always be important to have industry collaboration, scientific collaboration, and this is not easy, but as we have seen today or heard today, that the working together is going to be more and more important. The benefit sharing and open dialogue then is key for success. And what I think is important in the AAORIA context is that we need to have credible science sharing the data. And I think the data sharing is going to be more and more important. In my institute, we try to work at the FAIR principle to actually share all our data almost as soon as it comes in. So I thought I would like to finish then with a little slide that also plays up to CIMATEC. So this is a very technical slide pointing toward new horizons, and we have been listening and hearing today about new automated, cheaper methods for mapping and surveillance. There's two very technical pictures here with the aquaculture on the left and the fisheries on the right. We see that we are using new methods, automated methods, and I was happy enough to be able to just slip into the soft robotics side event yesterday. I wasn't able to stay very long, but I learned a little bit about the soft robotics. I think that's going to be very interesting to follow. And I hope that by having cheaper methods of making mapping and surveillance, there will be a lot more data. Obviously, we'll have to go into AI to sort of express that over to something we can use. But I think it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be a lot more data, and hopefully this will help us in the making it more positive on the aquaculture scene as well. So then I usually talk a little bit too fast when I'm doing this, so I have to have a look at my paper and see that I actually managed to tell you everything. But as I say, the science of it and the being able to tell, like we have been seeing here in AAORIA, telling the story out to people in an understandable manner is going to be key. Thank you. So then we are going to proceed with going back to my next slide. You don't need to show that. I'll have it here, hopefully. If I open the correct file. We will now have I'm looking forward to this talk about the multi-trophic aquaculture and ecosystem connectivity by Professor Luis Enrique Porsche. Will you be sitting over there or will you come up here? Okay, then I'll leave this here. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the invitation. I can see my presentation in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm working at Federal University of Rio Grande, is a southern Brazil, where our consumption is around 4 kilos of fish per year. It's nothing. The region produces a lot of meat, cow, so beef. So we prefer churrasco or barbecue, then eat fish. Well, we will talking about the future and technology. So during the morning, I heard several people talking, the future or the technology, and now in the afternoon is the same, and now we're still working about, or we're still talking about technology and the future. As you know, when we're looking for the future in this graph on the right side, is the growth of population that reach 9.7 billion people in 2050, and the projection is the 12 billion people in 2100. At the same time, as Karin told us, basically the fish stocks are subexploited. So, and FAO say probably it will decrease the production of fisheries because probably they increase the temperature, the climate change, that reduce the disponibility of fish to catch. So the aquaculture will increase. And at the same time, United Nations and the European society and North American society especially looking for products that reduce the environment impact. So the question is, how can we produce more with less environment impact? One thing is improve areas, but the production areas, but this is not the reality in this moment, maybe in the future. But now we observe tentative to increase the densities. And we know what happened when increase a lot the densities of the animals. The stress increase, and then disease. So when we have disease, we use more chemicals to treat the system. And this is a problem to the environment and to the consumer. We need more equipments to treat the water. So we invest more money to produce the animals. And we have a big problem with effluent productions, especially with nitrogen, phosphorus, and organic material. So when this action to increase the densities can be a problem, then we need to find other forms to produce more and more seafood. One of them is the biofloc technology. The biofloc is stimulated by organic fertilization. We fertilize the water to produce microorganisms. And these microorganisms can be used to feed some animals, like white shrimp, vaname, or tilapia, or mullets, oysters, or all kind of organisms. And when we use this technology, we don't need renew the water. So we don't have effluents. This is very interesting. And more interesting is the production. We can improve 20 to 30 times more compared to conventional system. This is the reality in Asia especially. Other important thing, it's we observe no stress. Despite the high densities that we have in the system, we observe no stress in the animals. So when we perform biochemical analysis, an animal have less stress compared to the conventional system. I don't know why, but this is the reality. In the right side, we can see the microbial loop that we fertilize the water with sugar in general, carbon. So we started the production of bacteria, ciliates, flagellates, nematodes, copepods, and other organisms that form this live biofloc. The color is brown. Look, you can see in the left picture. This is the biofloc. So it's like a dirty water, but it's very, very rich. And if we use or reuse this water, the system can be stable all the time. So this is important to the animal that we produce in the cycle, during the cycle. And another possibility, another action is the IMTA systems. When put together different species that work to reduce the nitrogen, phosphorus, and organic material in the system. Then we keep the water in good conditions to produce the animals, and then to reuse another cycle, another cycle, another cycle. So this system we usually produce, for example, our target species is the shrimp, because the price is higher compared to the other thing. So we produce shrimp, then the water comes to other tanks. In the other tanks we have mullet. In this project, in the Blue Boost project, we work with mullet, that in the mullet reduce or help to control the suspended solid of the biofloc. Oysters, native oysters, is Crassostrea agazar. This is Brazilian oyster, the manglar oyster. And we used to work with sea cucumber. So these three species, three groups of animals reduce or control the biofloc. And the other one in the bottom is the Salicornianae. This is a halophyte. And the halophyte, to grow, needs nitrate, phosphate, and light. So we reduce the concentration of nutrients from the excretion of the animals and the degradation of food. So working together, we have a better conditions to produce our fish or our seafood, because we have fish, shrimp, crustacea, fish, and plants, and mollusks. So this is the idea. If you have, well, we don't have time to talk a lot about this, but if you have some interest, in, you can enter in the project page in the blueboost.eu, and you can see more information about the project. And to finalize my talk, I have two questions for you. I will change my first questions, because at first I imagined that here we will see producers. It's not in the case. So think about the producer in your country. Why this person will change the system, the conventional system, to multi-trophic aquaculture? And the other question is it's important for the consumer. Would you pay more for an eco-friendly product? I don't know. Probably in Europe, in North America, yes. But in Brazil, I'm not sure. So I finished my presentation. So thank you. And now you have another presentation, and then we have maybe some questions or some discussion about this. Okay, thank you very much.
You see, I managed this time. Thank you very much, very interesting. And we will have some Slido questions a little bit further on. But for our last talk, I invite Ana Carolina Sala Sousa Santos from the Brazilian Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. And you are going to talk about the next generation surveillance techniques for fisheries, this is. There you go.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, boa tarde, buenas tardes. I'm here today to talk with you about the next generation's surveillance techniques for fisheries. Just to remember, our session is about aquatic food for food security and nutrition. When we talk about food security, we are talking about when all people at all time have physical access, economical access, and safe and nutritious food. And when we talk about surveillance techniques for food security, we can't forget, and we have to have strong fisheries regulations, because we need to know what to fish, how to fish, and where fishing is allowed. We also need to talk about traceability. Here in Brazil, we have some programs like satellite tracking vessels and certificates of legal origin. And these kind of programs are very important to combat the IUU fishing, which is, like we know, a global goal. And we need to talk about sustainable use. One example of this is closed season. Here in Brazil, we call it defeso. And when we can see from the environment side, we need maintain our fish stocks, but we also provide a financial support for our artisanal fisheries. So it's also socioeconomic security. Talking also about the surveillance techniques, we need to talk about hygiene and sanitary practices. Here in Brazil, we just took the first step for improving our standards across the sector, and we are responsible for the primary fishing vessels, which provide this raw material for industrial fish. So we are improving our hygiene partners, clean water, control the quality of our water, and our cold chain. And like we know, fish do not respect borders, so international collaboration is essential. An event like this one, an alliance like AAORIA is essential because we need to know how, when, where, how much fish occurs. Not just for the present, but also for the next generations. And I brought for you some examples that what we have here in Brazil, but I would like to talk about not just the next generations of surveillance techniques, but also about the next generations of people. We need to care of our children. We need to talk about the importance of aquatic food. We need to show them how rich aquatic food is in protein and vitamins, the variety of aquatic foods. My colleagues, we shouldn't take our children to the restaurants, to the fast food restaurants. We need to show them healthy food, okay? So I'd like to encourage our children and our young people to eat fish consumption, okay? So we are here at the present talking about the future, building our future. We are talking about environment, about science, about policy, but also we need to talk about our people. Obrigada, thank you, gracias.
Thank you so much. We have been talking about having a little panel discussion and what we've been talking about, but I suggest that we also open up if there's any questions to the panel of now. So can somebody get a microphone over there?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wonder a bit because you were mostly talking about the consumption of fish in the context here, and I don't know how it is in Brazil, but in Europe we have an increasing number, especially young people, who are vegetarian or even vegan. But let's not talk about the vegan people, vegetarians. And when you talk about the the healthy or the health aspect of marine food, seafood, then of course that's an important aspect. But many of these health issues you can also cover by eating, for instance, algae, seaweed. Is that an aspect that you take into account to maybe capture the young generation a bit more, who doesn't want to eat animals anymore for ethical reasons, but they could cover their nutritional needs by eating vegetarian seafood? Is that an issue for you?
Does anyone want to try and answer that? Luis, do you feel called?
Thank you for the question. I think this is an important point. Juliana showed us the aquaculture production. It's only animals without the seaweeds. It's just 25 million tons. It's around this. This is important, especially in Asia. The consumption is very high. For us in Brazil, it's basically when we eat sushi or other kind of food similar to this, but it's not our. This is not normal. The consumption here in Brazil. So. But the production, I think, is very, very interesting, very, very important, because not only we use the seaweeds to feed, we can use the seaweed to extract some compounds. This is another point. This is an important point, because we can use the seaweed production to obtain other kinds of products, especially in Santa Catarina. This is close to my state. In Santa Catarina, they increased the seaweeds production, especially to obtain other compounds or bioactives or biocompounds. I'm not sure about, because this is not my specific area, but I think this is the way in Brazil. Wow.
Thank you. Any others? I also know from Norway that there's a huge push for both harvest and production of seaweeds, and especially macroalgae. I know there's an issue about iodine levels in this for direct consumption. I've heard about that they are discussing fermentation of kelp to probably modulate the carbohydrates that are in there. So there are, as always with new species, I know there are issues, but I'm also trying for myself to say seafood and not fish. But we're still in the animal kingdom, so to eat the lower trophic, like the mussels, the whelks. You asked me what sea cucumbers taste like, and I said octopus. It's not quite true. It's the same consistency, I find. But I think there are some people that would have some issues about eating anything or everything. So it's a learning curve, and I really like your take, Anna, that you need to take your children to eat seafood. And I can only do that with my nieces and nephews in a sushi restaurant. Oh, sorry? Fertilizer, that's a very good point as well, yeah. That's a very old tradition in Western Europe as well, the fertilizer. Any other questions?
And I saw some works in some research in Australia. They use the seaweeds together with other kind of food for cow to reduce the CO2 emission. It's very, very interesting. And the people from, how can I say, agrarias in English? The people that work, that research with animal production, start to work with this kind of research in Brazil, because we produce a lot of meat.
I think if we have prepared 2 Slido questions, will they be available? Like in Brussels last year, we had this Slido session in the aquaculture as well, where we posed 2 questions, and it's always interesting to see what you will answer back. And the first question is, have you and your family increased or decreased your seafood consumption over the last years? Ooh, do you see this as well? Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, we should answer as well. Yes, I have increased. Very good. That's very interesting. We'll take that with us. If we can get the next question, there's one more question. And this is towards your question, Louise. Would you be willing to pay a little bit more for seafood that has a lower environmental impact? As a system with lower impact. So you as a room seem to be very, very online on this. I think, was it you, Anna, who had a added question to that, which was a little more specific, but we'll have to take that the next time, I think. So this is very interesting. Thank you, everyone, for being part of the Slido questions this time. I'll finish. I see I have 3 minutes on the screen. I have one more slide from the general presentation that I would like to show. Have a little slide on the closing message. You have, I hope you have taken something away from this talk, that you have some food for thought, and that you maybe, as we all agree, that aquatic foods are crucial for both food security and nutrition. It all starts with a healthy ocean. This is where the AAORIA comes in. And there are many challenges, as we see, and to ensure then that we have food, safe and nutritious food, we need to work together to make this happen. And as I said before, the research is very crucial. The science will carry this forward, and that's where AAORIA has a role. Hello to the UN Global Action Network. They have a tradition. I've carried this through, you see this point? I carried this through security. This is what we call a bootstick in Norwegian. It's a wooden object. I was going to introduce this as an email. I think we'll have to take the E away. It's sort of a 600-year-old tradition. You basically have very important messages. You put them in here, somebody carries it for you, and then they nail it to the wooden door that we used to have. Message. So this is just, I will carry this back to Norway. It will be used again on Monday in the One Ocean Week in Bergen. We usually use it as a symbolized and to have collectively action and shared responsibility. So from our discussion here today, I'll put a message inside, take it with me on the plane again, and see if I can carry it to Bergen on Monday. And I'd like to thank our panel very much for participating. And I hope that you enjoyed our session today. And you want to seems like you want to say something, Luis.
Yes, our first impression is this to control the time.
That's true. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for our panelists and especially for this inspiring message in the end. And as we come to the end of this rich and inspiring day, we reflect on the main themes we have explored together. From ocean science diplomacy and global cooperation to ocean literacy, innovation, technology, and sustainable blue economy solutions. Today we have navigated ideas, shared perspectives, and built new connections across the Atlantic community. And tomorrow we will continue this journey with even more dialogue, collaboration, and action. But this is not the end for today, because to close that day, we are pleased to invite you for our photo social gathering. And the first activity of the social gathering will be the welcome remarks by Neil McDowell. He is the Director of Policy, Innovation, and Research Support Services at the Marine Institute. He is a marine biologist by training, and he has held senior roles in marine research, policy, and international cooperation in Ireland and Europe, including Executive Director of the European Marine Board and Chair of GPI Oceans. Neil leads strategic work supporting marine research, innovation, and funding at national and international level, and he is the coordinator of the OKEANO CSA, supporting the All Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance.
So it's late. It's been a wonderful day, but a long day. And I'm sure everyone is ready for the reception. So I will restrict my remarks to keep them very short, just 30 minutes, no more. Okay. So about a couple of years ago, I and colleagues had the opportunity to attend a previous forum hosted by Canada in Ottawa. And it happens that Ireland has an embassy in Ottawa with our ambassador. His name is John Concannon, a very nice man, and his excellent staff. And they knew we were coming, and they reached out to us and said, look, what can we do? You're coming to town. Can we do something to help? And we came up with the idea to have a reception in the ambassador's residence on the evening before the forum. And an invitation was issued to everyone who was coming to the forum. And of course, our Canadian hosts were very happy that we were doing this. And everyone came along, and it was a wonderful evening. But in the room where the reception was taking place, there was a very large panel, you know, the kind of panel where you get your photograph taken in front of, probably the size of this screen here on the stage. And the panel was green, and it had Ireland in these enormous letters and our national symbol, the harp. And over the course of the evening, everybody had the opportunity to have their photograph taken in front of this panel in different constellations. The ECOPs all got their photograph taken. National delegations got their photograph taken. Project partners got together and said, let's have a photograph. And so there was a deluge of social media posts on the eve of the Canadian Forum with Ireland displayed in huge letters in the background. So when it comes to ocean science diplomacy, maybe this was not the outcome we were looking for. So to the Canadian hosts of that event, I'm sorry for that. And to our excellent Brazilian hosts, fortunately, there is no Irish embassy here in Salvador. Okay, so just a few quick remarks, folks. I am conscious it's been a long day. I do want to start by expressing my, I hope on behalf of all of us, sincere appreciation to our Brazilian hosts. The organization and the hospitality that we have received as a group here in Salvador has been absolutely wonderful. There's a lot of activities happening over the course of the forum, starting with the school last week, the summer school, and then the hackathon, and then the side events, and then the forum itself. So much work to do to make this a success, and I think it's been second to none. It's been absolutely wonderful. So firstly to Andrea as the chair of the Alliance, for your leadership and for your hosting and hospitality. Thank you so much. To Roberto, who's been a linchpin in coordinating this event, and I know my colleagues have been supporting from the OKEANO side. Thank you very much for all of your efforts, and also to Leandro and Claudia and all the MCTI, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation team. Also to this wonderful venue, SENAI CIMATEC. I mean, it's so impressive to see the work that's being done here, and it's inspiring that that the forum is being held right here, where you're walking through and you're seeing science and engineering laboratories with people actually working, and these huge windows where you can see in and see the work that's happening. And so that inspires all of us, and I know it was a perfect backdrop also for the ECOPs joining this event to participate in the forum, which of course is rooted in ocean research, science, technology, and so on. Also, just a note to our Brazilian OKEANO partners, from IMPO, Janice and Andre, and from CMPQ, Delaine. So we work very closely with them in the OKEANO project, and they are really fantastic supporters of the work and contributors to the work through particularly the summer schools, for example, and we really appreciate that support. So I think that the general message is just how important Brazil is to this alliance. Brazil is clearly an ocean leader, an ocean powerhouse, and looking forward to the Rio conference on the UN Ocean Decade next April, really showing great leadership in this space. So thank you so much to Brazil for all of that effort and for hosting us here this week. Just a word on OKEANO. As mentioned in the kind introduction, I'm part of the coordination team for the OKEANO project, along with my excellent colleagues Laura McDonough and Emma Horgan. And many of the partners, I've mentioned our Brazilian partners, but many other partners are also here in the room. OKEANO is a coordination and support action funded by the EU Horizon Europe program. We're providing professional services and support and implementation support for the alliance, and linked and guided by the priorities. And we're really pleased to do that. So I mentioned the Ottawa Forum, maybe just to look even further back at a previous forum. I also had the opportunity and the privilege to be here in Salvador for the last forum that was hosted here in Brazil in 2018. So, I think what's really been clear is just how much the alliance has grown since then. When you use that as a kind of as a point in time in the progress of the alliance, and you compare to where we are now 8 years later, there is a so much bigger community, a much bigger room, much more people here. So many actions have been established. For example, the Coastal Resilience Beacons network sites, which we're very proud to support through the OKEANO project. The Intergenerational Blue Program, likewise. And in fact, back in 2018, really that was only the first thoughts were coming together on how we should be involving the younger generation in the alliance. In the Marine Institute in Ireland, where I'm from, we had the opportunity the following year to host the first summer school for ECOPs. And of course, this component has grown since then to become a central part of the AAORIA, and a really important part, to the point where this week we have more than 60 ECOPs attending the hackathon, representing more than 26 nationalities. And that's just outstanding, and huge credit to the people involved in organizing that. We'll definitely get a second opportunity to look more closely at that at the session tomorrow. But it just shows you how much this has grown. And so it's clear we are a community, We're a growing community, it's a growing partnership, and we're on a journey together. And at the heart of this journey, of course, is knowledge and expertise, supported by excellent research and innovation. That's so critical in this world where our decision makers, our politicians and policymakers need that. And sometimes expertise isn't always appreciated, but we need to be bringing that expertise, that knowledge to how we interact with and ensure the sustainability of our ocean space and our Atlantic Ocean in particular. Trust is so important for this community to work together. We're building trust as a group of partners and countries from around the Atlantic. And that leads us to that word I mentioned earlier, community. We are a community. As a community, we come together in these events, we interact, we get to know each other further, and it enables us to actually do the work and to build those projects and those collaborations that really have impact on the ground. And I'd like to sort of finish, if I may, by issuing an invitation to this community to an event in, James mentioned this morning, to an event that we'll be hosting in Galway on the 8th and 9th of October this year, later this year. So Ireland will hold the presidency of the European Council, the EU presidency. It rotates every 6 months to different countries, and Ireland will hold that presidency role in the second half of this year, from July to December. So this event will be affiliated event of the Irish EU presidency, but we also really intend for it to be part of the All-Atlantic process as well, the All-Atlantic Alliance as well. And we're calling it the Atlantic Summit, and we really would like to see as many of you as possible in Galway for this event. One of the earlier sessions this afternoon actually, opened the question, where do we go from here? Because I said we're on this journey, we're on this growing partnership, this community, but we need to keep looking ahead and just figuring out what are the next steps? How do we go forward? We've many plans, we've many clear priorities set out. It's not that we don't have a map, but we offer this opportunity in Galway for us to really bring together this community, to have a high-level conference, which is horizon scanning, which we will have thought leaders and business leaders and policymakers and scientific experts and so on from all domains. And we will have that discussion, and we will look ahead to the future, and we will plan together, I hope, the next steps in this journey. So please, we look forward to welcoming you there. One maybe additional point, what we would like to see in that group is, in that conference also, is non-ocean people who are not part of our community. Let's bring them in to the discussion as well. So as I say, we look forward to hopefully welcoming as many of you as possible to that event in Galway in October. And of course, we will communicate with you the details of that through normal communication channels. So with that, I will conclude. Again, thanks to our Brazilian hosts and to all of the organizers. Thanks to the speakers and the panelists today. It's been a fantastic, really interesting first day of the summit. Of course, we have tomorrow to look forward to as well, of the forum. We have tomorrow to look forward to as well. But I think now we have our social event for the evening, so I won't detain you from that any longer. So with that, I will say Goramila Mahakwev Galer, Obrigada. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who are following us online, this will be the end of our live streaming, but please don't forget to be connected tomorrow to follow the second day of this forum. And for those who are here in Salvador with us, we have a very special cultural presentation. Vanessa Borges is a talented singer from Salvador, Bahia, born into a family with deep cultural roots. While the entire country knows her from her powerful artistry during her standout run on The Voice Brazil, she also has shared the stage with many icons of the Bahian music scene. Today, she will perform alongside her father, Admar Borges, an accomplished musician in his own right. So thank you all, muito obrigado, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
وسط شده البردی